Hello, how's it going? 80s No Man's Sky Day. I think it's Thursday, sorry. Yeah. We're gonna be chilling a little bit today. We're gonna be we're gonna be doing things the best way possible. Dude, I just kind of had a little bit of revelation, actually. It's just like, yeah, it's kind of difficult to kind of like realize it, but it's just kind of like, yeah, more often than not, it's not, like, it's impossible to have a viewpoint on the grand scheme of things all the time, because it's like, if statement A conflicts with statement B, no matter what happens, statement C may have another conflict with it, and the logic within it and the network of arguments just kind of collide, and nothing gets ever done. And sometimes we have a memory dump or whatever the hell. I don't know what I'm talking about, by the way. I'm not a programmer, but I would imagine that that's what kind of how it works, basically. Because it's like, yeah, I mean, some programming, some aspects of life. Programming reflects life, life reflects programming. We're programmed in some sense, to some degree, to the ideas that another person has kind of like planted onto us. And this always happens with like people all together, that it's like, no, you're supposed to be on the rightful side of the programming that I'm intending to do specifically, so because like that will keep my sanity in check, basically. That's what most of the time that kind of means, basically. So yeah, in some ways, if you think about it, it's like, yeah, that's kind of how it is. And it's like sometimes the idealistic of others gets planted onto others, and sometimes it's just pure jealousy, where it's just like, I see object A. Okay, let's get over here. Sometimes I just see object A, right? And it's like, object A is something that I really want because it's something that exists in this universe, and therefore I must have. Oh, where am I? Oh, give me a second, actually. Okay, give me a goddamn second. Okay, Okay, so basically what I'm saying is, like, in some regard, if you think about it in some way, basically, is like, okay, so let's put at it in the most logical, reasonable perspective that you can have. No matter what I say, people will disagree with it. No matter what I say. But there will be people who agree with it. And to those people, that's great. And to those who don't agree with it, that's great. That's, you kind of like confront your own individuality in some way or another. And you kind of regain sanity depending on how you look at life in some certain ways, basically. And it's like, within myself, the sanity that I have obtained, it's due to the fact that I have acquired enough information to know that the perspective of another individual human being behaves in a particular way because they see the exterior as an object that they cannot have in some cases. And it's like, if it's an object, a situation that they cannot have, they therefore blame it on everything that is, even call it like a recipe for destruction, because it goes against their healing, it goes against their creation, it goes against their purpose to begin with. And it's like, most of the time, that kind of is the whole thing, where it's just like, what is the better good in some instances, basically? And it's like, a lot of people will say, the better good is so that nobody gets angry. Impossible. Everybody's going to get angry over anything. I got angry by the fact that people are unreasonable whenever I expect them to be. And I got angry that nobody took, and that I got angry by the fact that nobody, like, gave me any kind of emotional comfort when I was, like, emotionally distressed. Two sides of the coin. two sides that makes you understand that no matter what, emotional distress will always overpower emotional sanity and emotional reason. No matter what. Someone being in emotional distress will always overpower the positive, any kind of like positive income. And the only way that they can heal themselves is if they hit some wall that they're against. And it's like, I have overcome the obstacle that I needed to go through in order to get to the other side. And it's like, whenever that happens, it's just like, psychologically speaking, there's always going to be other people who see others as obstacles, no matter what, basically. It's like, in some cases, yeah, it's, in my case, in my perspective and in all shapes of mind of the emotional distress and the happiness and the so on, whenever you are an enemy to your own happiness, you are distressed. You are the person who is just going to say like, hey, you are the reason why I am insane, because I do not want you to be happy. And it's like, in some cases, that's kind of the thing, really. You don't want other people to be happy because you think that if they're happy, they will automatically make your misery even bigger. And it's like, that is true, actually. It's just, it's true in the universe, and it's not that you can do anything to prevent it, because if we took everything for, like, eliminate all chaos, eliminate all instances of destruction, if we did that, we would all be dead, actually. We would all be dead. That's the only ultimate resolution for a lot of people, basically. It's just, like, if you think about it, the ultimate peace is where no human beings exist. And it's like, do human beings want that? And it's like, there are gonna be some human beings that want to behave like robots. They want to be like robots. They want everything to come down and crush them, because in the grand scheme of things, somebody did something wrong because they feel emotionally distressed. Somebody destroyed the heaven that must be achieved in some case or form. And no matter what, that's kind of like the thing that I kind of like meditate myself, and that I don't really like boast about how I meditated, because I know for a fact that people will ultimately use like the ultimate answer to everything and the ultimate better good of everything in order to form an argument in favor of themselves, always. So because of that, it's kind of like really important to kind of have like a little bit of perspective and be like, pleasure is until it isn't, pain is until it isn't. I can, as much as I wish to do things to achieve the heaven that I so wish. And sometimes that involves destroying other people's like lives and dreams in some cases. And it's like, okay, there's some amount of reason in that regard, basically. Because sometimes the way that some people take it, that is like, I want to rip the hopes and dreams out of this person, and if the hopes and dreams of this person is to be alive, then I'm going to rip it out of them. If I and that will be my will, and that will be my sanity, and that will be everything for me. In some cases, if you think about it like that, there will always be someone that is like that, no matter what. And you know what? That is kind of like the thing, really. Like, what exactly do you think that it's the rightful thing to do? What is the righteous thing to do? What do you like look up to? You have to look up to me. No, you have to look up to me. You have to look up to me. You have to look up to me. And more often than not is like, the only thing that I kind of look up to in some sense is look up to reason itself. And a little bit of logic and a little bit of emotional health, interpersonal health, social creature behavior, scientific research, and that information isn't always information. It isn't always right, but just a structure that we can create hypotheses about a final objective. We can create a hypothesis, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like the final truth of everything. But it's just an incomplete book that will just keep on growing and growing, and until you kind of end up in that final thread of reason, that's when you actually look around and you're like, okay, that makes sense actually. And it's like then the thing is, when you are in mental distress, nothing makes sense. When you're in mental distress, reason, logic doesn't make sense. You think that it makes sense? Your logic makes sense. That is like, my logic is to survive, and for me to survive, I kind of have to hold on to my dream. And if I have to hold on to my dream, I have to stop thinking about this because this is hurting me, or I have to stop thinking about vengeance in some case, or I have to stop thinking about charity in some way, because if I give charity, people will ultimately abuse the charity, and that charity will ultimately destroy everything. And it's like, in some cases, that is kind of the thing. That is like, you kind of have to be a little bit self-aware and a little bit psychologically aware of what it means most of the time to be in that situation. Basically, what does it mean to like think that you can do things because you can? What does it mean? That doesn't mean that you go on against your primal instincts to behave in a particular way. Does it mean that you must behave in a particular way, or does it mean that you have to take into consideration the emotions of the other individuals that are in position? And it's like, the thing is, whenever you consider the emotions of every single individual on this earth, there's always going to be conflicting lines of code that say, this conflicts with everything that of what I believe, basically. This has a conflict because even although that everything that he's saying is right, there's this one conflict that I know that will bring destruction to everything, because that is what I believe is the destruction of everything. And it's like, yeah, well, that's what you believe in some cases, basically. And it's like unwise to not consider that kind of like statement, not within your own person, but it's unwise to not consider that within the universe of the individual that is thinking that. It's like within his own universe, he thinks that this will bring chaos and destruction towards his universe, because there is some thread of emotional attachment towards something in which he must defend no matter what. And in his universe, he's in the ultimate shape of chaos. He's in the ultimate shape of like destruction. Sometimes that just means the destruction of everything that he believed was the right thing to do. And it's like, in that case, it kind of is like our humanity most of the time. The only way that we can actually find some peace is if we actually hold to one another and find some reason within one another, basically. Within people that we have some thread of logic in common, basically. And it's like, the thing is, if there's some thread of logic, right? If there is some thread of logic that goes towards the lower threads and the strings of everything, and the more that you look at it, those strings kind of like combine into ideas that make sense. Those who have the opposing ideas of the main string of information will ultimately feel like, in a way, they will feel the chaos and the destruction of them being in the wrong side of history. And it's like, in the wrong side of history, when I say that, I say in the wrong side of the moment. Because that's kind of what it means to be in the wrong side of everything sometimes. It's just that temporarily you were right about everything until you weren't. You were perhaps even correct about everything because people agreed on your strength. People agreed that you were the strongest person in the room, and that they can do everything they can in order for everything to be safe and sound. And it's because you believe that that is what it's necessary to achieve peace. You believe that in order for you to kind of have peace, you have to, like, I don't know, it has to be an attachment towards how people behave and how people are raised, and sometimes you have to rip out the evil from the root, basically. And it's like, the thing is, that's kind of what it is, really. Like, every single individual human being, and every individual who has any kind of, like, thought about what is the perfection and the idea, and the kingdom, and the idea, and the pure essence of the idea, if they think that they have the highest extent of that idea, they will ultimately be right, and be in the right side of the moment, being in the right side of this present. And if you think about it like that, it's like the present suddenly becomes an agonizing punishment. And it's like, doesn't really need to be like that, exactly. Not everything is punishment, basically. In some sense, the reason why punishment exists is because people think that they deserve punishment. Sometimes it's like people think that they deserve it because they were wrong. So therefore, they must be punished. They must be put through everything. They must be put through hell because there has to be something wrong in some cases. And it's like, in some cases, the thing is that pain is the, in my honest opinion, pain is the biggest teacher. But it doesn't necessarily teach you the right things or the wrong things. It teaches you something. And sometimes the only thing that it teaches you is the state of the mind in which people can behave, basically. It can teach you that people who are angry and forever in a hole, on their rabbit hole or whatever, they will feel distress no matter what. You think that there's no escape towards it because you're just in a bad emotional state, basically. You're in a state in which your mind thinks otherwise, basically. And it's like, in my honest opinion, it's not so much that is the right thing to do, to kind of like, I mean, personally speaking, I understand that mogging on people, I mean, mogging, quote unquote, but should I say harassing people, in some cases, it is a corrective action in some way, basically. And it's like and as we all know, free will, we wish all to have some level of free will. But in some regard, we cannot have free will. Because the free will that we have, we are just branching out of ideas on how behaviors should behave. You think that a traditional relationship is to have a traditional wife with a traditional husband that says, "Hey, honey, I'm home. Give me a kiss. Let's have some smashy, average smashy smash," and that's the way to go. And it's like, in some cases, that is right. You are absolutely right. It's just that you have to accept that it is within your universe that you're right. Because you are the individual. Within your individual, you are right. There are things in this universe that you cannot be absolutely right. I cannot be right about everything. Because in your universe, you will be right about something. And it's like, in your universe, you are right in thinking that if somebody goes against this idea, they're in the wrong. Because in your world, that is the right thing to do, because that's your method of sanity. That's your method of sanity. That's the way that you heal within the universe, basically. Within the universe that you belong, within your own core. And the reason why you do not go towards that universe is because you think that you lose it within that universe. You feel like you won't have a chance in the world if you go to that core. You think that. Because everybody is following things that you disagree with. And it's like, in some cases, not really. It's like, the reason why some people behave is because they wish to be right about something. They want to be right about something. They want to be in the right side of history. Why do they want to be right? Because they want to experience the things that they actually believe in and manifest it in the best way possible. And sometimes, and if people agree with you, that becomes much easier. That becomes much, much easier. It doesn't necessarily mean that suddenly everything is given to you because you are suddenly right, and sometimes there's no inexplicable answer. No, there's an explicable answer, and it's that within their individuality, there were threats that agreed with whatever the hell they were saying, and because they agreed with everything that they were saying, the accessibility to those ideas become more prevalent, basically. So, in short, what do I believe in some regard, basically? That the human condition, whenever you are in the peak of everything, you will wish to obtain everything, and you will be able to obtain everything in some cases. And the more emotional pressure that is set upon you, you will believe that you deserve more because you have gone through even more emotional distress and even more walls to destroy and even more worlds to shape, because you deserve everything, because you've cleansed everything for the shape of what you believe is the right thing. And it's like, not necessarily, really. It's just that most of the time, that is what our condition is most of the time, basically. We think we're right until there's more people that agree with something that isn't right. And whenever they aren't right, they are the root of destruction of your world, that is. And in some cases, it's like, I kind of understand that sometimes the best way to put it is worlds need to be preserved. But if a world that wishes to destroy everything that isn't exactly as they wish becomes a trend, the likelihood that things go south will increase, because you will be looking at an exterminium of people because they wish to have the right side of history on everything. So, in a sense, I've evolved a little bit from my understanding on what the perfect setting is, because in reality, within our own humanities, we can never be right about whatever we think that is the right thing. And the only solution is just to have some kind of scientific approach where, I mean, not scientific approach, I don't want to, I mean, semi-scientific approach. It's like social science. I mean, it's kind of like a social science in some cases, if you think about it. It's to have a ethnic, not centralized, I mean, how do I put it? Small universe need themselves to survive, right? The threads of culture are there to be preserved by those who believe in those values. And as long as those values exist, they will remain, in essence, what they are. in some cases. Do I have certain ideas that I think that are absolutely bullshit and stupid and they should never exist in some cases? Yes, I do, in some cases. Like, if anything, did I wish that certain ideas just ceased to exist? Within my own personal boundaries of humanity, yes, sometimes. But what does that mean for the person who believes in that? It means destruction, it means death, it means everything going wrong. So, if that is the case, what is the ultimate solution to things in some cases? Well, sometimes you just have to let those universes be until they aren't. Not force them into becoming something, but just through reason and time and space, they will become something that will eventually become what is the most comfortable position to be in, basically. So, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's not entirely a good thing, basically, and it's not entirely a bad thing. It's just that it's good to behave in this way in a particular world, and it's bad to behave in this way in another world, basically, really. And the thing is, the reason why sanity goes down is because sometimes, like, they witness things that kind of like conflict with everything that they've ever been taught up to this point, basically. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like sometimes they humanize themselves and they say, yeah, well, I do not wish to be human because all these things that are happening because they hurt. They hurt because they happen. And because they happen, must I be in eternal suffering because of it? I was like, not really, no, not necessarily. Not necessarily, yeah. It's, in a sense, it's just kind of like, I kind of like now understand that authenticity isn't the answer to everything. No, not really. It's just authenticity is a very seducting thing. And it's a very pleasurable thing. Authenticity is all those things. Because it gives you the ultimate answer to your problem and the ultimate answer to your life in some cases, basically. But is it the absolute truth? It's the absolute solution to one problem, but not the absolute truth about everything. Because there will never be an absolute answer to everything, I think. I don't think that there will ever be an absolute answer to everything. And it is, to a lot of people, it will be a lot of discomfort, but it's the reason why that is just because we are human beings with brains that can think in a particular way, in a particular given time, in a particular given instance, in a particular given manifestation of like a particular sense of reason. A set time in space, time, place, relationships, and a social standing. So the only thing that I do believe is the only thing that I wish that wasn't a thing was that death occurred in some cases, basically. And because of it, it is kind of like, yeah, well, that's just one of those things that I kind of believe that are the only things that seem wrong in some cases. Like, a lot of people give it purpose, a lot of people give it meaning, a lot of people give death meaning, a lot of people give like the transcendence meaning in some cases. And yeah, the reason why is because the essence of your being is preserved through you and by you. And the fact that you exist is a beautiful gift in it of itself. As cursed as your mentality may be in some instances, it's a blessing that you have one thread of knowledge and one thread of thinking patterns and one thread of a social standing and social bonds and social emotions and happiness, sadness, anger, distress, like everything. That is one thread that is you, basically. So yeah, that is the only thing that a lot of people will philosophize and say, that death has a meaning. It must have a meaning, or that there's a reason for death to exist. And in some cases, people would say, like, yeah, definitely that there is a reason why death exists, because, like, my friend who I really loved dearly died in this particular moment to give me a message about the meaning of how to live my life. And that gave me enough meaning for me to push forward. And that kind of gave me everything that I ever wished. And to that I say, it's a string of knowledge in a particular condition, in a particular space, that gave meaning within your particular universe. Not every universe is going to have the same response, because every universe didn't have the emotional bond that you had with that person. The bond that you have with one person is the only thing that is the most rational thing that there is. Because if there's a bond, there's communication. If there's communication, there is reason to exist. If there's a reason to exist, there's reasons to do things, basically. Oh, crap. There's reasons to do things, basically. And that is because within your own individuality, that is the reason that you needed to move forward. But that is your reason sometimes. So, in a sense, what is the most rational thing to look at in the universe? Is every individual in this earth will have a different reaction depending on what you do. The only way to remain sane is to hold on to things that you actually believe and respect the other things that other people believe. That way, there can be an ultimate. There can be room, times. I mean, there can be room and space, and room within time and space for things to resolve themselves and have those emotional bonds bloom into something meaningful to themselves, basically. And if there's enough in time and space for those bonds to actually have a purpose, then yeah, you will ultimately have an answer to your own individuality. Whether it's a friend, a girlfriend, a wife, a dog, even sometimes. Hopefully you don't do nasty things to the dog, but like sometimes that's kind of what it is, basically. And I hope that you don't, but yeah, that's kind of like the thing. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, yeah. And you know what it is? I just don't eliminate the possibility that in some time, some place in space, there was some sentient being that saw a tentacle monster, thought, that is the most beautiful thing in the entire universe. I'm gonna try to see if I can make a life with it. And by some miracle, they became the Mars people. Because they were compatible in some way or another. And I don't eliminate the possibility of something like that ever happening in this goddamn space-time place. I don't eliminate that idea. It just happened in some cases. And sometimes, for some goddamn reason, it kind of worked. Is there a main reason for it? Maybe there isn't. It's just that particularly in a given instance, that social bond that you had with that little tentacle monster ended up being a romantic one. I was like, you know what? I mean, sure. I mean, and it kind of worked. And it kind of worked until it didn't. And just because it worked and then it didn't, you're going to give the reason that it cannot work again? Probably not. Probably not. It's just, in existence, there's so many branching paths with so many different outcomes, with so many things. And if you wish to be part of every single one of them, you'd go crazy. You'll start questioning the reason of things. You'll start to question existence in some aspects. Why are we here? Why exactly am I sitting here listening to a loser? Or why am I doing this? Why am I not spreading this winner's perspective even further? It's like, yeah, well, that's kind of the thing, really. You know, it's... Life is strange, really. Life is really strange. There's no definitive answer on things, basically. Life is really, really goddamn strange. And it's strange because we see so many individuals who have so many different perspectives on things in life. And have so many coincidences and so many, like, breaking points, basically. So, yeah, I mean, in some cases, that's kind of what it is. It's not that you must go to a person and say, fix this thing by eliminating whatever this other person kind of thinks or believes in some given time. I was like, yeah, well, yeah, sure. But you're kind of wrong, actually. I actually don't believe what you're saying. It's just that the reason why I'm saying this thing is because I actually think that I can get something out of you, and I'm insecure about it to accept it to you. And I will make as many layers as possible for you to accept me until you accept me in some cases. And the thing is like, whenever that happens, it's when, like, the images of perfection and the peak of perfection kind of come close to a theater of unauthentic responses and unauthentic communication of all things, basically. I was like, whenever there's too much lies in a relationship and a connectivity, that's when shit hits the fan. That's when you start hating life, basically. It's not that you were wrong or they were wrong or you were right and they were wrong. It's just you were not compatible and you lied your entire fucking life because you wanted to look up to this beautiful person. You lied your entire fucking life because you wanted to get that hot piece of ass in a particular given time. I was like, it's unfortunate, but it's impossible in some cases, because that hot piece of ass thinks that that scratching somebody's like back will give them luck or something. That the horoscopes did not align with them. That they are not thinking exactly the same that they are, and therefore they're an alien of some sort, and that alien must be kept away from you in some cases because they're an infection, a flood of whatever the fuck, so they can actually like consume everything that you actually think precious. And that is the thing. It's like, that's the flood. They think that you're the flood. They think that you're the flood, that the grave mind that will overpower everything and consume everything and penetrate their insides and just make them turn into monsters from the inside or something. And that's kind of how they think sometimes. It's not that they're right, it's that they're right in their universe, but I'm right in mine. And sometimes that's kind of what it is. It's like, if I say, dude, I'm right in my universe, why must you not obey me? I'm right in my universe. Oh, yeah. Oh, you actually agree what I'm saying? Okay, great. It's amazing. Oh, I'm not gonna give you anything. It's just the fact that you agree with me. Ah. Oh yeah. No. Have a nice life, dude. It's like, I'm really happy that you came around and came around to your senses, but I'm too busy being rich. So yeah, it's like you have agreed with everything that I've just said. Therefore, you must, I don't know, go into the system and just become whatever kind of like, whatever bullshit we think that it's right for you in the bottom of the chain of the food barrel, because that's what you believed in. So yeah, sorry, you're in the bottom of the, I mean, yeah, I'm glad that you believed everything that I just said. It's just that because you agreed with everything that we just said, you're in the bottom of the food chain, right? You're in the bottom of the food chain now, of my food chain. So if that is the case, you are a weapon of, you're a disposable creature sometimes. And yeah, maybe it's just kind of what it is, really. It's you have accepted that this is how we live, and this is what we do to the people that are on the bottom of the food chain. Like, I'm sorry, it's just, it was very nice talking to you, but like, unfortunately, people at the bottom of the food chain get treated like this in my universe. And you know what? That kind of doesn't make a lot of sense for a lot of people. Why even why even submit to those ideas sometimes? Why even do so? Why even, like, why do that? Because you feel unsafe. That's the only reason why you do that, because you feel unsafe. And you feel like there's a bigger fish in the pond that can protect you as long as you say everything that he says, basically. Is it rational? No. Does it make sense? In their world, it does. Should there be another way of doing things where, like, every single individual human being in this world gets respected, and we get some kind of, like, alignment where we can get as much learning experiences as possible, so we can keep doing and producing as many social bonds as possible, so we can enjoy life? That makes more rational sense. Jeez. So yeah, you know what? I might as well do a maneuver. Do this. Do a dick twist. Do a titty twist. Okay. Yeah, sure. Let me do this. Okay. Push that in. Yeah. Let's hammer everything down. Okay. Cool. And there we go. Presto blasto. We have something new, or a new way of looking at things at a particular given time and space. And it may not even last forever, but you know what? This is the only way that we can sanely kind of traverse through time and space. Fuck my life. So yeah, I mean, so yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is, basically. That's kind of what it is. Is like I kind of understand why people say that wish for equality to have to be a thing. I get it, because that way any kind of social bond will have any kind of meaning, any kind of true meaning, instead of just being a social hierarchy experiment. I get it. Like, it absolutely makes sense why people want equality. But why is that a lie in its own way? Or it's an incomplete truth. It's just a method so we people treat each other in the best way possible for an emotional bond, for a truthful emotional bond within ourselves and within space itself. And that is kind of like the thing. It's like, I get why that exists, but I would say that it's incomplete. Equality is not, will never exist in its own regard. There will always be some level of preference, either by your parents, by the country that you live in, by the philosophical string that you belong to, by the events that took place and before, by all those things that happen. So, to say that equality will exist, should exist, is in itself a very hopeful way of looking at things. And in some sense, the only thing that I can say is equality onto treatment and respect seem like a good thing. Equality in the respectful way of looking at an individual as a human being seems pretty good, actually. I would even go as far to say that that is the only thing that matters within that equality spectrum. Because in that way, you can actually be open to have as many social bonds as possible with so many walks of life, with so many different perspectives, and in some cases that will help you understand even further how people can reach a solution through like actual bonding instead of rejection of anything as a recipe for destruction. So it's like, yeah, to say, oh, this equality thing works, we must use it on everything. No, it doesn't, because not everything, not every machine, not every like cog turns the same way in a particular machine. Not every engine in this world is a V8 or a V6 or a V12. Not every engine has like 2,000 horsepower. Not every method needs that. It just means that within social bonds, within our social bonds, that makes sense. Really. That is like the most sane approach that we can actually have towards anything, by respecting the integrity of the individual and respecting your integrity, so you can actually have truthful, meaningful bonds regardless of social position. And that way, we don't talk about redistribution of things, we don't talk about all these things. There's always going to be someone who wants something out of somebody, no matter what. And the more bonding that there is, and the more authentic response there is, the more reason for people to give you like a chance in a place in the world. But it's because there's an authentic response, because they like you. Because they like you, there's an authentic response. And if there's an authentic response, you can actually have a final answer to everything, which is, you are nothing and I am nothing. To each other, we are everything. We are, in some cases, the richest man in the world is nothing on its own. But to another person who finds any fascination on the string of thought, they are everything. They are the world to each other. And in that world, that is the only thing that matters. Not some bullshit thing about equality or bullshit thing about how the economy should work, on how we should believe the statistics that came out from Susan, the big titty white milker girl over here on the counter because she's kind of attractive. No, it's because you actually have a genuine bond, that you actually like it, and it's like, yeah, okay, you want that? Maybe don't project everything that she's doing onto us, and maybe we can actually have a conversation about how we can even help you to date her, because we think that she's kind of ugly, and you think that she's the most attractive woman in the world. So, you know what? We can work that around. We can make a final recipe towards everything, and you can have like, and you can be the rightful owner of the white girl cow milk factory. You know, that's kind of how it is, basically. You know what? It's kind of like that, basically. So yeah, in some cases, that's kind of what it is, really. It's like, yeah, there's gonna be people who think that you're ugly as hell. And sometimes they think that you're a spawn of Satan. But yeah, to others, you may be like, hey, she's kind of like, I don't know, she can do things. So it's kind of like that, you know? I was like, yeah, whenever you actually learn, you're like, oh, now you look at these things and it's like, oh, well, I'm out of here. I know where you're heading. Let me let me just get into my car and just drive away, because like, holy shit. I mean, yeah, it's cool, but I have my reasons still. Like, don't worry about it. It's not that you're bad, no, it's just that I have my reasons. It's just, yeah, I'm just gonna drive off into the horizon until like thoughts that I disagree with come flying onto me and destroy my life, because I have destroyed my own life if I continue having those thoughts that I actually disagree with. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I have the wrong multi-tool, that's why. Okay, let's see. Okay, we got the right thing, basically. The right tool for the job that we need, basically. But you know what? It's like, that is kind of really what it means for a lot of situations and a lot of people, basically. It's just, the more that I kind of try to understand and look at things, the more I'm like, well, damn, okay, well, like, damn, I was wrong in this side, but I was right on the other one. And in the grand scheme of things, it kind of makes sense, but in the individual world, it made absolutely no fucking sense. and it kind of went against some of the things that you actually said. And it's like, it's not that I went against the things that I disagreed with, it's just that I didn't have enough vision to know what was even happening, basically. Sometimes vision is everything in order for you to look at a map and be like, hey, this makes sense. And it's like, no, this doesn't make sense. Oh, this is their solution to everything. And it's like, sometimes it's just like how you behave in a particular environment and how you think, how much vision you have leads you towards decisions that make the most absolute sense. Really. And sometimes I'm starting to think that it's just not necessarily like a scientific approach to everything. Sometimes it's not even the fact that they're wrong, it's just the fact that their approach was somewhat unorthodox, and sometimes it's just the fact that people didn't like you at the time until they did, or they liked you up until they did it, up until they didn't, and that's just how it is, basically. Sometimes it's just it's impossible. It's impossible to win eternally, and it's impossible to lose eternally. Well, no. It's impossible to win eternally until you do. It's impossible to lose eternally until you die. And that's kind of the thing. So, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Up until it doesn't. That's why sometimes whenever I see like ideological debates about anything, I just kind of like take it with a grain of salt, and it's like, okay, well, I shouldn't say that. I should say, from now on, I'm gonna look at it and go, why did they have this conclusion at this particular given time in this particular given instance? I was like, as far as I know, the solution had a solid response. It didn't mean that there was a universal answer to it. It was just that there was that decision, that choice had weight in a particular given time and space, and that weight held in good things, bad things, neutral things, economical things, and just sometimes even like reasonable things, even things that brings us sanity, that don't necessarily make sense in the economical sense, but they bring us sanity. So you know what? Let's just go around and and say that, basically. Life support power low. Okay, so what is the object? Oh, that's right. I need to check out my ow. Oh, we have no power. Why? Damn.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Okay, we're back online. Okay. Now that's kind of what it is, basically. Some people, some people praise intellectual honesty in some sense, basically. And it's like, you can be as intelligent as you can be, but if you don't have the intellect, how do I put it? The should I say audacity to manifest your own intelligence in the best way possible, and you do it and if you do it in a dishonest way, people will look at you and say, ah, yeah, you're pretty intelligent. It's just the fact that that just because you're dishonest means that we're not to trust you, because you might even harm yourself within your own intellect. Therefore, I mean, yeah, maybe you have high capacity. It just happens that you're incredibly stupid at a particular given time and instance of space. So until you stop being stupid and you actually manifest your intelligence in the best way possible, we can actually respect you. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep spitting onto your grave until you actually come back to life, you piece of shit. Actually. And there's gonna be other people who are like, dude, I just wanted you to be happy. I didn't need this intelligence bullshit onto me. What the fuck? I just know how to fix a car, and I like cars. What the shit are you on about? I don't understand all this shit. Man, what the fuck? And there's gonna be reactions like that. You're gonna be right in their universe, and you're gonna be wrong. There's no answer to it. It's impossible to have control over everything. And if you do, more often than not, you will make people miserable and want you to be burnt as you stand. Because if that happens, that's just like, that was just an eventual thing to happen, an eventual misfortune to happen. Because people will eventually build enough hate that you have killed so many of their own kind that they will ultimately destroy you. So, I don't know. I don't know, I'm just saying things. Doesn't really mean anything, but it's just like, yeah. As like, in some sense, when change happens, all the good things and the bad things will transcend into the new era that comes forward. A lot of people will say, well, claim that before was better, and a lot of people will say, we just need to keep going until we find an answer. And you know what? Nobody will ever be happy. It just means that if we increase the possibilities of people being happy, people will eventually be happier, basically. I have the high ground. Oh, god damn it. Okay.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Advanced lodgings. Localized gravity field. Okay. Okay, how is our depth looking like, actually? Make policy decision. Research maintenance tech. Maintenance tech for now. We probably do that a little bit better. Okay, oh, the depth is going on the negatives, actually. Our productivity has outdone the maintenance cost. That's good. That's decent, even. So, time until cleared, we will clear it on 70 hours. Seems good. But yeah, it's like, I guess in some sense, I kind of like get it. It's like, there's people who have egos, sure. And then there's intellectual objectivity and intellectual honesty in some cases, basically. And it's like, just because you're smart doesn't mean that things are exactly the way that you say. It just means that sometimes you lack critical information in order for you to take a rational decision in a particular given instance, basically. It's just that, exactly. Sometimes it just really is like that. Sometimes it's just the condition that you're in. Maybe you will manifest things in the most efficient way possible, but you need to be intellectually honest in order for you to actually fulfill those ideas. Otherwise, we will make you a tool for our own individual pockets of whatever the fuck we think is the right thing to do at a particular given instance. You know, it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think that's kind of like a great thing altogether. Really, it's just, we need you to be intellectually honest with the people that you're dealing with, You need to be intellectually like rational and respectful for the things that you're saying. And until if you don't, then well, shit, I don't know what to say to you. Like, we cannot respect you whatsoever, even if you are right on some things. It just means that we cannot intellectually respect you if you are going to create a maze of lies that will eventually crumble everything into this business model that we've actually created in some instance, basically. So in some cases, I kind of get it, really. Like, it's just that sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it's just the manifestation of the intellectual, like, maneuvers. And sometimes if you understand that sometimes people do because they can and because they feel like the nightmare is coming to them, well, that's just the thing that happens. And you know what? If it manifests in the purest form, that is just ultimately gonna be the thing that will either bring you up or bring you all the way down. So, yeah. That's kind of the thing, really. So, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's just... it's like, for you to be intellectually objective and have some level of intellectual honesty and integrity, you kind of have to defend the values that you actually wish upon people. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's just, more often than not, people don't have the intellectual integrity and honesty because it's impossible, due to the fact that there's different players that will ultimately downplay your entire hand in some instance. Basically, they will downplay your entire hand, they will destroy everything, they will do anything because of their social condition, and there will be nothing you can do against it. And until you comprehend and stabilize in some core aspect of your own human life, you will come back to your senses and you will understand that things are not exactly as you think that they are. And the only way that you can actually handle things is due to the surface that we give you, so you can handle it in a more appropriate way. Fuck! Oh, God. So, Taco Tuesday, that's great. I mean... You know what's the funniest thing? It's like... You know that there's some intellectual, like, dishonesty that says that Zoomers are the dumbest generation? I mean, maybe it's dishonest, or maybe it's honest, who knows, really? It just means that they're maybe a little bit more naive sometimes, basically. They're individuals, and there's gonna be Zoomers who are much smarter than some millennials and some boomers, basically. And there's gonna be some Zoomers that are so fucking disgustingly dumb that they have no other approach other than the fact that they just think that they're doing something right, and it's like, yay! Woo! Yo! Woo! And they just do whatever the fuck they think that is the right thing. Technology recharged. it's like there's intellect, and it's like, here's the thing. There's intellect, there's bravery, there's strength, and there's all things combined. Really. And sometimes you need wisdom, because you can be as intelligent as you can be, but if you don't wisely use it, you may just grow a third leg and just be like, hey, I was intelligent enough to motherfucking grow like 3 extra fingers inside of my hand, and due to pure what is it called, bio like engineering. Great. Okay, this was not the wisest choice out there, actually. I'm not gonna be honest with you. This is gonna hurt. Maybe I should have tried it on some other like entity or something. I don't know. Yeah, I think I have gangrene because of it. Oh shit, that was not wise at all. Fuck. Well, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm kind of, that is kind of like the thing, really. It's just like, sometimes, as intelligent as you can be, you can make unwise decisions, no matter what. There will always be that kind of scenario, sometimes. And it's like, that's not stupidity, it was a lack of awareness and wisdom and vision sometimes, so there's gonna be people who are smart and they're gonna be like, look at this idiot, look at this fucking idiot, wow. Wow. He really lacked critical information. He's such an idiot. And it's like, yeah, maybe I lack critical information, but at the same time, it's just like, I mean, yeah. Scanner range, okay. And that is the thing, it's just, it's not that I'm stupid, it's just that I'm intellectually honest with the level of intelligence that some people go through. What monkey sees, monkey does. And that, you know what that's called? That's respect for the human mind, whatever condition it's in. Just because you're smart doesn't mean that you have to objectify anything that is below you. Really. That's kind of the thing. So, yeah, it's just like, yeah, maybe you're very smart, but it's just the fact that a lot of people don't really accept that fact in itself and don't respect the intellectual integrity of that situation. Sometimes I don't either, but it's just like I kind of think that I try to be a little bit self-aware and look up to the fact that they are living in a particular universe and they're not aware of certain things, and that's great. Or it's like, maybe I'm unaware of certain things, and so, at some point, some people are gonna be like, hey, look at this guy, he's doing great. He's unaware of all these things about the world, and he's just swimming around because he thinks that he's doing his best, and he's doing the right thing or something. I was like, well, yeah, that's the thing. It's just like intellectual integrity and respect. That's kind of like the thing that kind of pushes everything forward in some sense. Instead of the intellectual dishonesty, calling everyone, oh, look at this low IQ individual, holy fuck. You know, I have engineered an engine that that can make everything fly better than uranium, and I'm gonna fart, and it's gonna be the fuel that will power your entire fucking life and universe and future, you intellectual mongrel. Hey, look at this low IQ person. Yeah, fuck this guy. How lowly intelligent he is. I was like, yeah, well, sure. whatever you say. Sometimes to those people, the only thing that you say is just like nothing, actually. Or maybe just be honest with them, and depending on how they say it, basically, you're just like, I mean, yeah, cool. I mean, I can't believe that you're so weak to be manipulated into this kind of like, this kind of mentality, dude. I can't believe that you're so fucking weak. You may be smart, but you're so, you lack intellectual strength and integrity, dude. What the fuck is that? I can't believe that you're easily manipulated by other smart people. Wow. I guess you're the real smart man in the room, aren't you? Really? Man, you must be incredibly smart. So much that you imitate everything that your superiors do, even in the most fucking degrading things that they could ever do to another human being in a respectful manner. That's great. I was like, that in mind, it's like, yeah, there's probably gonna be smart people who have gone through that kind of mindset. They would, and they will. They have, they are already, and they're doing so right now. There's no helping it. It can't be helped. I kind of get that Japanese saying a little bit. Yeah, I kind of get it now, but yeah. Sometimes you kind of have to do whatever the fuck you want, you can, in order to achieve an answer. Sometimes. I guess so. And people will hold forever resentment towards you because accidents happened. I was like, I guess there's a level, basically, where it's just like, yeah, accidents can happen. People can take abuse of that. I was like, if they say sorry and they don't still respect you, then that's just kind of a thing that sometimes happens, really. Basically, it just is kind of like that, you know. It's just kind of like, I guess it's just like, in some sense, actually, like there's some level of, oh fuck. God damn it. Okay, can I get out of here finally? Okay, cool. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's always going to be situations and variables, accidents, rightful things, righteous things, things of value, things that don't seem to have any value, madness, spatial awareness, temporary awareness. There's always going to be all these fucking things. People are always going to be like, oh, well, this person is lucky because he just happened to land on the right kind of mind perspective. Or this person is incredibly stupid, but he landed on the right things to kind of like concern themselves over. So, yeah, you know what? Or yeah, no, you know what? This person is evil because, like, even though that he's kind of like agreeing with everything that kind of made sense, he doesn't actually manifest the things that he agreed onto an applicable instance. He's just being dishonest. He's a garbage person. He's whatever. He's like anything, basically. I was like, in some cases, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's just like, you do not become a saint and forgive everything, but you also don't become an absolute pushover. I mean, you don't become a wild force of nature that becomes the god of war and destroys everything that opposes you either. So it's kind of like, yeah, well, what is the right solution in that sense? It's just like, yeah, just as long as you remain an individual, you become the more honest person, because if your intelligence maybe surpass what we're naturally used to, the only way that we can actually respect you is if you're actually being yourself in some instance. And be aware that if you're actually yourself, sometimes there's going to be people who are going to try to shoot you down no matter what you do, and they're going to do any kind of variable possible in order for you to feel a little bit uncomfortable and feel like there's a solution. There's no solution to anything. And you know what? To that I say, well, god damn it, that is life in its own way. Oh my fucking god. I guess I didn't get my coffee this morning. How nice of you. How fucking nice of you. Crab! Whoa, okay, wait. Units are received. That's a crab. That's a crab and a half, actually. Okay, wait. Wait, did I install some new technology? I feel like I did. Ugh. So yeah, that being said, Grim, why didn't you study anything so you could have been like even fucking more insane? You could have done something so great that people would have never actually looked badly at you. They would have respected you and whatever. And to that, it's just like, I kind of realized at a young age that no matter what, people are bullshit. And that was the answer. That answer was good enough sometimes. That answer was good enough. No matter what, the fact that I felt alone in space kind of felt like it was a good thing to just have an approach. It didn't mean that I wasn't ultimately intelligent. It didn't mean all those things, and I embraced it. That it didn't mean that I was intelligent necessarily. I had a different perspective on life. I have a different approach on things, and that was good enough. You can live like that. Great. You know what? If you suck your pee-pee too much, you're gonna disappoint yourself. I was like, okay, yeah, maybe, and that kind of just became a kind of argument where it's just like, well, why do anything if that is the case? And it's like, well, it's not that you shouldn't do anything, it's just that you need meaning towards anything that you're saying, and so you can manifest your own intellectual integrity in an honest regard. I was like, yeah, well, I guess that's kind of the thing that I can do in some cases. Yeah, sure. Never. Bye. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Oh, hello. Random ship. Offer to trade. Okay. What about this starship? It's Samakura. It's actually not bad. It's a shuttle. Yeah, not too terrible. The damage potential is kind of there. The maneuverability, all that kind of shit. But I shouldn't. Oh, chromatic metal. As like in some instances, it's like, yeah, you can have as much intellectual integrity as you can, but there's some people who are gonna be like, yeah, well, you're not entirely intelligently honest because you did not look into the information that has been presented to you. Therefore, you must acknowledge my intellect by submitting to my ideas. And it's like, yeah, that's something that I will not do in a million years, because I have actually believed a little bit of myself a little bit more, and due to that, I actually have come to the conclusion that human beings are absolute bullshit 20% of the time. Even the intelligent ones, even the really fucking intelligent ones, will be in some shape or form bullshit. Because you can be as intelligent as you can be, but if you're using your intellect in a particular way, well, what the fuck am I to do out of yourself, basically? What am I to do out to yourself? What am I to do, really? I don't know. Like, geez, what the fuck? Oh my fucking god. What the shit is this, actually? Plant control panel. Freelance waste disposal opportunities available. Download Gravitino coil blueprints to begin waste processing. Waste processing situations remotely operated. Field agents must supply their own equipment and assume all personal risks. Gravitino coil. Okay. Cool.
Technology installed.
Okay. Do I not have a Gravitino ball on me? I guess I don't. Inventory full? Oh gosh. Oh, what the fuck? So yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. It's just there's no like, in a way, I guess that's kind of like the thing, really. It's just there's no definitive answer to things. It's just there's just definitive opportunity, jealousy, and a little bit of like temporary distortion in which people kind of can become themselves in some way, and sometimes they just don't, and sometimes it's just bullshit. So that being said, something words coming out of my mouth. Dude, you think that I'm saying the wisdom of everything? No, go back to the, I don't know, cowboy training or well, not cowboy training. Go back to I don't know, funny videos. Cat videos, yeah, sure. Go back to funny cat videos. Indeed. Playing bass. Okay. Cylindrical room. Okay. Wait, actually, cool. Okay, we can go back to base real quick. In a sense, intelligence is intelligence, social bonds is social bonds, convenience is convenience. Trading, social maneuvers, bullshit of all kinds. It always happens. It's just there's no controlling that shit. Hell, even if you treat people like idiots, they will turn against you sometimes. And that is something that will be hardly learned by a lot of people. Yeah, basically. It's a hard lesson that one must take sometimes. Really. Ah, what the shit? What do I need? Magnemite. Yeah, sure. Okay, I don't have any ferrite, I think. Or should I say magnetized ferrite? Okay. Okay. What the shit is this weapon? Okay, wait. The Rizzler. Indeed, the Rizzler shall be the name of this weapon. Okay, cool. Okay, what do specifically? No ways detected. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's industrial waste right there. Oh. Nice. Okay. In the valuation scale? Where's the scale? Incorrect material type. Oh. Oh. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so that's bio waste. That's nuclear waste. That is metallic garbage? Then what is... oh, burnable garbage. Okay, where's the burnable garbage? Oh, there. Okay. Flatbed chassis module with a Colossus large exocraft. Okay. Deploy a heavy exocraft. Wait, a Colossus Geobay? That's what it is, right? Okay. God damn it. Okay, so what's the difference between this one and this one? I feel like this one has incorrect material type. What is this supposed to be for? Okay, I guess. Yeah, Colossus Exocraft. We need iron batteries and metal plating. Okay, cool. I think I overdid it, but whatever. What is it? Colossus. Okay. Okay, outfit with... Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what? What does the objective say? Flatbed module. Okay. Okay. Mounted cannon, exocraft, radar. I don't see the module.
Technology installed.
I mean, I can get a mounted cannon. I guess that's something. Mounted cannon. Ion battery. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Okay,
Technology installed.
okay. Oh, I see. Ah, I see now. Cool. Actually. Oh, wait. Dude, my internet has been like disconnecting so much. It's like whatever.
Units received.
I guess a personality can be agony, or it can be great. However you look at it, I guess. That's kind of like the funny part. That's a hee hee ha ha kind of thing about things, I guess. So. I guess it kind of is. It's just like, inconvenience will always be a thing. Yeah, always. Yeah. Inconvenience is so often that you hire people to solve the inconvenient thing that is happening. That's literally the whole purpose of some. Like, actually, the older. Lol. Lol. I'll get my truck over here. God damn it. But it's like, yeah, in a sense, it's just like, I guess you gotta respect yourself as much as you want to be respected sometimes. Like, yeah, emotional stability, yeah, that's kind of a thing, but it's like, I guess you respect the person who respects you the most is the one that gives you the that labels the respect within you. Therefore, you're in the respect world, you are the first, basically. So if you were to respect your own integrity and your own intelligence, what are you to do to yourself? I just fucked you. Wow. Oh my god, basically.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, dude, like, yeah, I guess that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, I don't know how to put it. It makes sense until it doesn't. And it makes sense to an individual until it doesn't. So how hard can you convince someone that it's okay to be yourself? You just have to sometimes upgrade yourself. You don't need to abandon something. Oh, hello. I ran you over. I'm sorry. It's like, yeah, kind of like that, where it's just like, how do I put it? Like, yeah, it's like, it's okay to be a cowboy. It's just that you can be the cool cowboy, or you can be the wise cowboy, or you can be the sad cowboy. Which one do you want to be? Actually, which cowboy do you wish to be? Or should you say, which cowboy are you at the moment? Are you the wise man, or are you the depressed one? Are you the happy one, or are you the one that took a bunch of cats and is like, yeah, this is great. It's like, yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a bunch of cats. I guess, sometimes. Okay, I'm kind of low-key kind of liking this planet. Like a little bit. Kind of looks nice. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh shit. Cake. Nice. Okay, that's good enough, I guess. Oh shit. Did I lose that one? I don't think I did. Okay. Cool. Okay, how do I know which one goes where? Analyzing based on evaluation scale. Fee payable after auto collect 130 start materials annually for additional payment. Request auto collect. Payment dispensed. Okay. Oh. Interesting. I guess, yeah. Ah! Oh, fuck. Okay, cool. Okay, if you do it manually, you get way more, actually. Okay, high value waste. Okay. That's kind of like, okay, in some sense, actually. There is some viewpoint in pain and absolute agony, right? So that's kind of like the wisdom that kind of brings from that, actually. It's like there's not necessarily like it's not recommendable. I would not recommend that you go into pain and agony because it fucking sucks. But in some sense, I kind of get why, like, I kind of get why in certain aspects of things, basically, you take a different take on that particular given time. It's just like, in some sense, I guess it's just like some people like take pride into the things that they are, basically, and the things that they've collected along the way within their historical manipulation of the psyche in some sense. And it's like, and the subconscious and so on, basically. I was like, in some sense, you can argue that there will be I mean, that's kind of like the thing. It's inevitable. There are too many millions of people who have that kind of like mentality to kind of try to figure out and rationalize things in a particular manner, basically. And it's like I'm kind of taking like an efficient philosophical semi social science type of approach. I mean, kind of like a social science type of thing, where it's just like, yeah, I mean, well, a psychological aspect to how things should be in some cases, basically, right? So, yeah, it's kind of weird, basically. It's just, you can argue that it is fascinating and it holds value within its own right. And you know what? I believe that it does, basically. There will be Corvax people who are like, this is interesting data that we can absolutely understand in some cases, basically. There's like warrior mentality. I mean, yeah, in some cases, I guess it's kind of like that. It's like there are aliens who are Viking, there are aliens who are Corvax, there are aliens who are Gek. There's aliens everywhere. You're kind of an alien within this fucking space bullshit, you know? It's like, okay, yeah, you decide to take a helmet and you're like, hey, I'm a special kind of alien. So much that I kind of like made a helmet around it. Look at that. And it's like, yeah, I mean, there will be entities who will scan you and think, fascinating entity. Or, what a hideous creature. And it's inevitable. Yeah, like that creature is like, oh, someone might look at that and be like, oh, that's a fascinating looking creature. It looks nice. And there's people who are gonna be like, oh, dude, what an ugly piece of shit. What an ugly alien. I think the Viking are better looking than this looking motherfucking bullshit. I was like, yeah, I mean, yeah. So yeah, it's like, I guess in the branch of philosophy, there's so many branches that people can do whatever the fuck they want. They can still be against you, even if you're philosophical. Or they can be like, hey, at least you have some kind of like reflective aspect of how you look at life. That is respectable, but I still think that you're a piece of shit, or I still fucking hate you, or whatever, because you're in a better position than I am, or a different position that I wish that I was in, basically. So it's like, yeah, well, that's kind of like the thing, basically. Okay, there we go. Crystal flesh. Ugh. So yeah, I guess this is a fun activity to do. Just collect the garbage for nanites. Cool. So it's like, yeah, but I've kind of come to accept that. In some cases, I would pride myself to. I'm kind of a philosopher myself. I like to look at that approach in some from a psychological aspect, because that's kind of like the thing that we're kind of like walking around and thinking through. So it kind of makes sense to take a philosophical approach in life rather than an entity-based, symbolistic perspective, basically. So yeah, I mean, something. I'm sort of a philosopher myself, and you know what? Dude, you know what? It's just like, I'm gonna take pride in that. The fact that I'm a fucking philosophical streamer. I'm gonna take pride in that. I'm gonna be like, hey, fuck you. Let's take a dive over what's going on. I like the philosophy that is going through. I like what people are trying to expect. Do I agree with it? Do I disagree with it? Yeah, sure. I mean, but try to look at the positives and the negatives and of a different perspective, and just be like, hey, yeah, sure, cool. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, basically. Yep. In some cases. Okay, let's get rid of the rusted metal. Okay, cool. So yeah, in a sense, because I have that kind of mentality, it doesn't mean that if you have a different philosophy that you're wrong. It just means that most of the time, the perspective that you're living from, you're right in that universe, and you may be wrong in that in some universes. But it's just that I personally believe that in some cases, any kind of philosophy isn't worth killing someone over. Basically, that's kind of like the thing. Basically, that's kind of like the message that I kind of like want to give people over. It's just like, I don't know. It seems like pointless to have that kind of mentality. Basically, sure, and it's like, and it's more like, okay, there are limits, of course, because it's like, if they don't respect life, how do you expect, like, and they have a constant thinking that not respecting life is kind of a problem, then it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. If they don't respect, I mean, sure, you can change mentalities in any stage or form in your mentality. That's cool, but if you don't respect life in its own way, in any shape or form, like, I don't know, if you don't respect the dog's life, how are you gonna respect the one of a human being? How are you gonna respect the life of another human being? How are you gonna create like meaningful social bonds if you don't respect any aspect of it? And it's like, yeah, that's that's kind of like where I would kind of like sit on, basically, where it's just like there are limits in which you should not hold things into place, basically. And it's like, as long as you kind of have some sense of like appreciation of life, then you can be like, okay, if that's your reasoning, if that's the cause of everything, okay, sure, you can go and do as you must. But if you keep thinking on within your own philosophy and you disrespect life itself and the existence of life itself, well, that's kind of like a problem, really. I would even argue that that's kind of like inevitable to even sometimes, like that thing to collapse at some point, basically, really. So yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it just makes sense, really. Because again, it's like, life is a beautiful thing, no matter what. Life is absolutely a beautiful thing, and it can change, it can keep evolving. Just people who think that it's okay to put a stop to it, sometimes that's kind of like a problem. And it's like, I would even sit differently in certain aspects of it, where it's just like, there are people who are like, oh, there's a person who is suffering too much. We have to take them out of their misery or something. I was like, personally, I'm in the camp where I'm just like, yeah, well, that's the thing, really. It's like, in the field of science, medicine, and psychology, it's always plausible, and it makes more sense to keep pushing through. Because it gives you the willpower to keep. Sometimes willpower and your own brain can push you through terrible things, basically. But that's because within my psychology and within my philosophy and within my understanding of how the human mind works, that's kind of how it is, really. So yeah, that kind of is really the case, basically. And it's like, that's why I don't personally whenever someone says that someone is in absolute agony, it's like, I don't really advise things to take a certain point. I don't really advise people to be like, hey, stop it, or whatever, just put him out of his misery, or whatever. I'm in the camp where it's just like, in the field of medicine and psychology and the human nature, it just makes more sense to keep fighting. It just makes sense, because it's even like a medical thing. It's how do I put it? It's kind of like medical negligence to kind of like just finish things. If like the being can keep thinking and to keep fighting, that it will get better. It is negligence in its own way, so it's kind of. But that's kind of like in the camp where I'm sitting at, basically, because I think that if things evolve in a certain way, they can manifest due to the fact that the mind thinks that it can get better. So I was like, it looks difficult. It looks incredibly difficult, but if you keep pushing through, you can. You can, absolutely. Magnetized ferrite. Okay, wait. And it's like, okay, in some sense, that's kind of where I kind of like think that cruelty can mean a lot of things, basically, you know, because it's like, it's cruel for you to stop agony, and it's cruel for you to stop the possibility of betterment for an individual. In some cases, basically, it's like you can philosophize that pain is unbearable, pain is the absolute worst, pain is everything that is like terrible, and we must push on, making life as comfortable as possible by eliminating any sort of pain out of people's minds. It's like it is it's a valid philosophy to say that you should remove pain and suffering from any existing life in some way. But it's like if you look at it from a psychopath perspective, it's convenient. It's convenient to have that attitude sometimes, because it's like, yeah, well, oh, you told me that it is good to eliminate any kind of suffering. Well, that can mean a lot of things to me, because I can get satisfaction out of that philosophy in some sense or form. I can end all pain and suffering in one swipe. So, in some sense, that's kind of like, I kind of like understand where that philosophy is coming from, but in some cases I'm just like, no, because you're still doing a cruel thing by stopping the possibility of people who are like undergoing like a terrible thing. But it's like, yeah, sure, there's like some aspects where you kind of like need to like go through it, and you're like, yeah, I mean, maybe you just kind of like see if you can like restore things to how to a state of the mind which is healthy, which is kind of fine in its own regard, basically. So yeah, it's kind of weird, really. I was like, sometimes it's how do I put it? Sometimes it's very difficult to make people give the people that perspective, because they aren't aware of what some people are and how they take it in some instances. But it's kind of like that, really. It's also, yeah, there's individuality that comes into fruition as well. And yeah, it's like, I understand that it's like, yeah, you have to be respectful of what people desire and so on, but it's like, I mean, in that regard, I guess I'm in a different camp, basically. I'm in a different camp of like psychological and philosophical thinking. I'm in a different branch of philosophy, basically. What I'm trying to say in that regard. It's like, yeah, I mean, you can respect it or not, but it's like, that's kind of my opinion, and that's kind of how I wish for things to take place, basically. So, yeah, it's kind of weird, basically. Okay. Okay, quick split.
Technology recharge.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird, basically. It's I know it's because like because human beings are social creatures. It's just it's weird. Basically, it's I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how to put it. Basically. Okay, let's stop it. Make... What the shit am I on about, basically? That's like, in some sense, I guess the reason why it can be very difficult for my mentality to take effect is because, like, a lot of the times, to have a psychological mentality towards that aspect of life, in a shape or form, if you think about it, it can be very difficult for people to understand. And because they can use that to their advantage, no matter what, but it's because, like, it takes essence from the psychology of things, basically. It takes essence from the human condition and the human mind in its own way, and a lot of people will say, well, that just means that it's just kind of flawed and it's eternally bound to have any kind of conflict no matter what you do with it, because it is truthful when in the nature of the human mind. It's like, in some aspects, I kind of, like, hilariously look at every piece of media that there has ever been in some shape or form, and the reason why it remains fake in some instances is not necessarily because they wish to be fake, but because if you truly take essence, the human aspect of life, people will take any kind of aspect and destroy anything that is below it. So the fake people kind of raise above, the manipulative people raise above, the unauthentic people raise above, because it's easy to just fall onto one set of rules and treat everyone like robots, because no matter what, in that is kind of like a rule. It's kind of like a rule that needs to be enforced in some way or the other, and if it gets broken, well, I don't like you and fuck off. While in the aspect of the human psychology, I feel like it can keep evolving no matter what, basically. And it's, in some instances, you can say that it's very difficult to maintain no matter what, really. But that's kind of like the thing. It's like, we human beings evolved at some point. Why did we evolve at some point? Gee, I wonder. Could it be because we kind of like philosophized about how life can be and how life could have like branched out? Maybe that's the reason why we are the way that we are. Because at some point somebody figured out the human mind and they were like, okay, this is what we are. Damn. What the fuck do we do with this? I guess we can manipulate, turn people, build buildings, make monuments, make anything. Just do whatever. And the ones with the knowledge will be able to rule everything, even although that sometimes we know that we're saying bullshit. I was like, oh God. Well, as a person that looked at media, sometimes I looked at it and it's like, well, cool, I guess. There's reasons for me to not think exactly how you think. And you're just gonna keep disagreeing until you agree with me again? Until you disagree with me again. And a lot of people will say, well, that's kind of just like a revolving door. But that's kind of how it is, really. Like, I hate to say it, but that's kind of how it is. Sometimes. Like, that's the nature of humanity in some cases. And it's like, It's just a revolving door of ideas, and whatever is convenient, whatever it fits you, it's the thing that kind of works the best sometimes. As like that, in a way, you can say that that is terrible, but it can be terrible, but it can be great. It's kind of both, honestly. It's admitting that human nature has so many layers, basically. And it can manifest itself in the greatest and worst possible way. But at least it's the most intellectually honest way to approach things. It is the most intellectually honest way to approach things, really. Yeah. I just like it. Sometimes they just say yes because they want you destroyed. So, yeah, in some sense, that's kind of like what it is. It's not because like they disagree or agree or whatever. They just want you destroyed sometimes. And to that I say, well, that's just another perspective of the human of the human, like, that's just another shred of the human perspective. I'm not disappointed in you. I'm just acknowledging you that you're very human, I guess. You're very human. That you want people destroyed. You want people, like, harmed in every instance that that is inconvenient to you, because that's just your human nature. I don't know what to tell you. It's just that, basically. And a lot of people will be like, "Oh, that doesn't hurt me. Are you trying to hurt me? You try harder." And I'm just gonna be like, yeah, sure, or no. Actually, no. Who knows? Do you know? I don't know. So, oh my fucking god, dude! It's impossible. It's impossible. It's up to the human state of the. It's up to the emotional state of the human mind. It's up to it, and it's up to if they like you or they don't. Reason goes out of the window if they like you or they don't. That's kind of the thing. It's just the thing. Yeah, it's just it's a constant. It's a constant reflection. It's a constant reflection of the human mind.
Technology recharge.
In a sense, I kind of low-key, you know what it is? Low-key, I've accepted that I'm gonna be an eternal student of my own philosophy, no matter what. An eternal student of my own philosophy, and you know what that is? That's great, actually. That's great. That makes me happy, actually. That makes me feel very fulfilled, in some regard, basically. Wait, what was I making this for? Oh, right, they had to repair this shit. But yeah, I was making something. What exactly was I making? Okay, oh, the antenna. That's what it is, okay. No electromagnetic field detected. Oh shit. Well. Delete. Okay, well, that sucks.
Technology repaired. Technology repaired. Technology
Okay, cool.
units received. Units received. Units received.
And you know what's the funny part? Knowing that, what philosopher came before me will think to themselves, well, I want a piece of that. But not in the way that you are posting, but in my way. Because if I do it in your way, I'll be your student. And it makes a huge difference, actually. It makes a huge difference. It makes an insanely huge difference, actually. That's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, Yeah. Uh, 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 ah. Because even as it kind of has branches of philosophy in its own regard, people will feel like they've traced something. And in some cases, if I were to be intellectually honest, I'd be like, yeah, well, there's some branches of some people who brought these ideas into my mind. I analyzed them and I said, this makes sense, this doesn't make sense, this kind of has limited like headspace, and this one has trouble with limited headspace with another perspective within the cultural spectrum. So so yeah, in some sense, everybody wants to be the father of something. Everybody wants to be the foundation of something. And due to that, and I've never heard anyone else say this, because even as intelligent as they are eternal students of other branches of philosophy that have come before them, and they will take credit from that branch. And I have taken credit from the branches from the things that kind of planted those seeds within me. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they were like the foundation of everything. Rather, I just took the branches and I owned it to myself, and I had the strength to say these things with my own voice in some regard. And that in itself is the foundation of everything. The voice that went through, basically. That keeps people listening in some way. That is the foundation of everything. And it's like, in a sense, that is the ego of the human mind. The ego that preserves you and keeps you afloat and keeps you happy that there's like people out there. Because, like, how do I put it? Socially speaking, that gives us validation. That gives us validation in some shape or form. That it's worth it in some sense. I was like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of worth it to have that mentality. It's kind of worth it to say that the strength that one has is the one that makes it really. So, I mean, yeah, kind of. Okay, wait. Deuterium. Is the internet down again? Oh, I think it might be. It's not loading. Fuck me. Damn. In a sense, I kind of have to find beauty in this moment, actually. Yeah, kind of. Really. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Okay.
Technology repaired. Technology repaired. Technology repaired.
Okay, we have upgraded everything in the exosuit, which is nice. Actually, we really needed that upgrade. Actually. But yeah, it's like that's kind of like the funny point, the funny thing about everything. Really, it's just the more I kind of like think and understand what is happening, the more I kind of understand why things happen. The more I understand why the condition of this happening comes into place. The more I understand why people take their time to have like a negative response towards anything. And it just takes countless ideas, countless years of coming down to one stable matter of ideas, basically. It's just kind of like that, and it's mainly because we as human beings, we need that social bond. We need that social bond, that validation, basically.
Hostile scan detected.
Some other repairs, interloper, there's an alternative, refuse. Take with glory if you can, but think of it unlikely, brah.
Hostile ships approaching. Hostile ships defeated.
Okay, cool. Ouch. Cactus flesh, copper, pyrite. Okay. 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 I feel like the what's it called? The galaxy that I'm at changes depending on, like, adds more planets the more I kind of like sign off or something. Like they add more planets, I feel, or something. We're getting invaded again? Holy shit. Why the fuck is my car like that?
Sentinel traps activated.
Ah, fucking Minotaur.
Critical damage taken.
Oh shit, okay. Gotta take shelter. Man, I need like a Minotaur GOV. I really do. Okay, can I recharge my shield already? Jeez. There we go. Okay. Where's my vehicle?
Technology recharge.
Okay, cool. Advanced lodgings upgrade to A class. Nice. Okay, let's see the hub. Sentinel, whatever the fuck. Time until cleared. 63. We have a growing population. Everything is doing kind of good. Ugh. Resolve citizen dispute. That's successful through, oh, well, liked by the citizens. Okay, do you go for citizens' happiness or productivity? That's kind of the thing. You know what's the funny thing about it? It's yeah, in some regard, I think this is exactly how we think it will be. basically. It's like, more often than not, this is what happens. Where the citizen happiness, more often than not, it's probably not worth it for a lot of people, and they're like, yeah, I mean, let's just do whatever the fuck. But it's like, okay, since everything is getting paid off, maybe the citizen happiness will increase the chances of us getting more population, therefore, that making the settlement be more productive. You can make as much profit as you can make, but if it's miserable to be living there, what's the point, you know? So yeah, maybe we can do that. I was like, sometimes that happiness brings more economy into places, so you know what, sure. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, if we increase population, everything will eventually, like, productivity will outweigh everything. S-Class with 200 gold. Okay, that's gonna be complete really quickly. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Philosophy is like really fun, but more often than not, the more that I grow, the more I realize it's just kind of like, yeah. Well, more often than not, it's just socialization. It's socialization within our own like perspectives, basically. We kind of socialize that way. And it's like, it really is exactly how I have mentioned it. It literally is. It's just, philosophy is philosophy, but it's a philosophy that only makes a few people happy. Not everyone. Because in some other universe, there's gonna be another string of philosophy that they think it's the most accurate way to live life, really. Okay. A-class with a quantum computer. I can build it. Antimatter. Oh, wait. It's like, just because we feel like we're right there's gonna be people who we will despise us because they think that we're wrong. That's the funny part about it, basically. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh shit. But just because I think that I'm right, there's gonna be people who are gonna tolerate me. There's gonna be people who think that I'm fucking wrong and are gonna be angry at me because I didn't believe the shit that I was actually saying, or that I was too fucking scared to even continue on with that kind of idea. Maybe that's just what it is. Okay. Okay, way more productivity. Okay, I need indium. So yeah, it's kind of like that, where it's just like you can continue doing as many things. And it's like it's kind of like a city planning management kind of thing. Where it's like, okay, yeah, this kind of mentality makes brings a little bit more happiness to people. That makes sense. We need productivity, dude. Right now, we need some money. We need some cachet. We need to do some bullshit. What can we do here? I don't know. We're gonna be digging a little bit into the stone, but it's fine. As long as we do that, we'll find some kind of like definitive way. And yeah, sure, that kind of works. Kind of. Yep, basically. Hmm. Okay, we need some indium. Okay, kinda looks okay, I guess. Hmm. $2 million. It's kind of funny. It's like you sometimes just buy it because it's made in the place that you live in. And that's just kind of fine enough sometimes. Sometimes. So yeah, there's so many strings towards it, basically. There's only fucking influencers, dude. Influencers fucking ruin everything. What the shit is wrong with influencers, man? Like, I don't know. It's like, can they influence their mom or something? Maybe I could influence their mom, so they can actually cook me some chicken tendies or something. Yeah. Okay, we can go back here. Crew manifest missing. Okay, and log encrypted data. Search the crash site. Cool. Log encryption key.
Feature
Ouch.
activated.
Ouch. But of course. But yeah, it's kind of like fucked up in some cases, actually. Goddamn. I don't know. Yeah. Kind of weird. I do not know who will read this message. I do not know if anything will survive, but I must die. As I lived, I will record it all, even in the face of oblivion. The storm came to every world. The drones acted erratically, not attacking, just watching. Time passed, and the sentinels did not seem so much of a threat anymore. They were peaceful now. We thought we had been forgiven. We were wrong. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like... like, in some instances, that's kind of like the thing with, like, how you see, like, modern... Well, I shouldn't say modernity. It's just the current state of things. It's like, okay, hear me out about this one. You know how people say it's like 2026. We have to adapt to new bullshit or whatever the fuck. And to that I would say, no, it's the current state of things. Right, really. It's if we keep thinking about this is the era of this, no. This is the current state of things, okay? And this is the situation that we're facing, and we need to approach it in a particular different manner. Right? So, and you have your own idealistic philosophical aspect of things, but there's also the situation right now at the moment. Yes, that's kind of like the thing, really, sometimes, and I kind of understand that in some cases. And it's like sometimes when you're depressed, you don't care about the situation, you just care about what you actually believe in some cases. And it's like, that's kind of like the thing, really. Sometimes I just like, if there's too many situations happening, even you sometimes stop believing the things that you actually believe, and you go insane as well. So it's kind of like, yeah, kind of. But it's like, it's nice to, it's a handshake between the situation and the approach, and the individuality in its own way, basically. And sometimes individuality is the situation to take a hold, basically. And the only way to approach it is if you approach it as an individual. That's the only way. They struck as one, an attack somehow coordinated across unfathomable distances. With a fear exceeding all prior skirmishes, the Sentinels annihilated all biological life within the universe in a span of 54.2 standard minutes. Only I remained. The Korvax stood with me in the end. To their credit, they concealed me within their flotilla as they headed towards the center. Okay. Okay, cool. I was like, yeah, I guess that's kind of the thing. It's like, there's situations everywhere, at all times, always. And the point is, in order for you to have some shred of freedom, you kind of, the situation must, sometimes you have to maneuver the situation so you can be free again, which is kind of weird to think about it, if you think about it like that. And it's not that you're wrong, because when people obligate you into behaving a particular way, that's kind of like the situation sometimes, really, so. Long terms of compromise, patching. They are coming now. The screams of my friends resonate in every hole, every corner. The Sentinels have found me. I told Nada to leave. I told them what we already know. All of us. We're not alone. Even if I die, Nada will find me again in another universe. 10, just like me, 1,000, a million. We are not alone. Every soul is many. Even in the face of 16, we must declare what we lived. We existed no matter the horror of the end. They are at my door. Error, unexpected lock termination. Okay, yeah, cool. What the shit are you? I have to observe. What? What the fuck are you? You're kind of some kind of flying rhino. What the fuck? Artemis? I escaped, Traveler. I escaped. One moment I was running from them, the stars shifting, terrible smiles within the dark. And then next I was here. Well, wherever here is. This new world has a sun, has life. It's beautiful. But I think anything would be beautiful after the months spent in that awful place. I'm ready to get going now, though. We'll do what we did before, except there will be no shifting stars to stop us this time. If we bring the star chart to a nearby station, I'm sure we'll find others soon. Artemis isn't aware of everything. They do not know what that they died, that I made a choice to bind their soul with a simulated solar system. Continue the deception. Tell Artemis, okay. But how do I tell them that their world is not real? Even if I saved them from death, I took their dreams away from them. They are limited to a single system and will never meet a kindred soul. Be direct. And tell Artemis everything, from the moment I discovered their grave to the final upload of their soul to a simulated solar system. Artemis thinks I am joking at first. I will never forget how their smile falters. After a few more questions, they tell me they need some time to think about what I say. Okay, cool. Oh, there it is.
Technology recharge.
All terminals activated. Multiple signal sources available. The terminal hosts a powerful transmitter designed to facilitate holographic communication across long distances. Speak to Null. Okay, sure. What do you find out there? Tell me everything. Share discoveries. I tell Null of the freighter and its recordings, how it spoke of a world where the Sentinels eliminated all life, leaving only a traveler and a single Corvex entity. I choose my words with care. You think I do not know what the Corvex entity is? Do not be so naive, traveler. Do you think anything you have read is a surprise to me? But I had to be sure of what I suspected. I know it now. The Atlas is with you. You cannot see these things if I did not wish it. That freighter was a wreck from a parallel universe. There are countless such places within our multiverse. Dimensions where things happen differently, but there are 3 exceptions to this. The Atlas is omnipotent in all, a singular being with a singular perception. The Sentinels move between dimensions as well. Ask about the Sentinels. They served the Atlas once. They were guardians of reality, defenders of civilization. They hunted for errors within the universes, preventing destruction and loss of life. The annihilation recorded in that log, well, something must have been quite wrong for them to do a thing like that. Ask about the Atlas. The Atlas created all life and the Sentinels defended it, searching for anomalies within that creation. Then they annihilated an entire universe. Well, something must have quite wrong for them to do a thing like that. After a time, the Sentinels ended their service to the Atlas. Ask about the Sentinels. They served the Atlas once. They were guardians of reality. Oh yeah. Ask how they know. It's been alive for a very long time, traveler. I have been alive for a very long time, traveler. I know as much as you would know had you seen the things I have seen. It was the travelers who corrupted existence. Our arrival was meant to herald a glorious age, but we made a terrible mistake. I committed an act beyond forgiveness, and from this deed, paradise was lost. But something is different in this cycle. With the walls between universes, they grow thin. Nada knows this, but they keep their head in the sand. We must learn what we can do from each species before we decide what to do. Visit a Viking cartographer and speak with them. I will translate. Okay, cool. So, yeah. Speak to a Viking cartographer. Well, damn. Cool. Parfanium, salt. Okay, so wait, what? What do I do? Ah. On a space station, okay. God damn it. Okay, cool. Okay, let's summon the anomaly right now. Let's do this shit. Oh god. Where do I go? Okay, cool. Viking entities have long history. Conflict, honor, rage, pride, and yet so static. Defined by themselves, never changing it. Nada waits, as if expecting me to ask something else. Ask about the Viking. Viking hate the Gek, hate the Sentinels, Sentinels hate our home, Gek hate Korvax. Nada should be friends with Viking, yes? No, Nada does not think it in this way. Missing entities welcome in their home, but they do not desire it, so it goes. Okay. Okay. That's kind of like the thing, really. I guess it's kind of weird. It's like, you know what's the funniest thing? It's just specifically, a lot of the times it's just how we choose to live our lives, but it's just that we're intertwined in some kind of shape or form. And it's like, yeah, we are kind of intertwined in one shape or form. We kind of choose to be like hanging out together sometimes, and sometimes we're like, yeah, yo, this is chill, but like we kind of disagree on some things, but it's kind of chill that we're still around. And it's like in some cases it's just like, yeah, we can kind of like live around because of that. And then there's the other extreme where it's just like, hey, we kind of agree with everything, but I don't like you. Like, can you fuck off, please? Like, okay, yeah, maybe we can work together and it's fine, but fuck off whenever I'm not looking at you. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to like the social bonds or whatever. It's just people refuse to listen to whatever the fuck you're saying, and in some cases they kind of avoid talking to you. Kind of. They kind of are. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. And it's like, scientifically speaking, I know for a fact that people listen to you more whenever you're in pain, because psychologically we have a thing that we tend to react differently with people who are when we are in pain sometimes. You know what I mean? Basically, it's just like, for some fucking reason, I realized this when I was like sick, actually, and it's kind of like one observation that I've made sometimes. I was like, I'm kind of a scientist myself, but I guess I'm kind of a medic and a little bit of a. I mean, I'm a kind of a philosopher myself, but I'm kind of like a scientist and a student of medicine myself sometimes. But it's kind of like the human voice whenever you're tired. Whenever you're like sick, for some fucking reason, people give more attention to you. And it's like, it's probably like a subconscious response that we have in our sympathetic nervous system, or whatever the fuck. Maybe it is. And you know what? It's fucking bullshit sometimes. Because we kind of become dependent on the voice itself. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, we can have the most charismatic person in the entire world because he was in pain, but when we get to know the actual person that is behind that voice, he's an absolute piece of shit. And it's like, now I'm turned on by an absolute fucking piece of shit. I'm turned on by the worst person on earth because of that one time where there was some kind of bullshit happening there. I was like, what the shit, man? The freedom of will sometimes is just condition. Sometimes it's just science. Sometimes it's just scientific output because of that bullshit. It's like, oh, wow, okay, well, free will sometimes exists until it doesn't. Until it doesn't, because we're bound by our sympathetic nervous system, which, by the way, makes us enjoy the social bonds as well. Shit. And it's not that it's wrong with it, something wrong with it, it's just a response that we have. Oh my fucking god! Oh, god. Yeah, so it's like, what the fuck do I do? If I listen, I'm fucked. If I don't, I'm fucked. So yeah, it's weird in this human condition. This human condition sucks. It's amazing, but it also fucking sucks, man. Research Starship upgrades. Okay, exocraft. Okay, Minotaur array. Okay, cool. Research. Research. Minotaur laser. Okay. Exocraft boosters. Mounted flamethrower. Mounted cannon. Mounted flamethrower. Mining laser power. Minotaur AI pilot. For the Minotaur Heavy Exocraft Hybrid, installation allows the Minotaur to traverse planets itself and engage in combat and mining activities and support its primary operator. The AI pilot will always cede control to the primary operator when they enter the cockpit. Piloting routines are highly localized and it is incapable of developing emotional bonds or existing in the demanding control of the Minotaur. Okay, cool, I guess. I'll take it, maybe. So I can have like a Minotaur helping me sometimes. Okay, cool. Dude, I'm such a fucking incel that I need a Minotaur to tell me that I'm doing a good job. Insane, dude. Okay.
Item received.
Cool. Synthesis laboratory. Okay, return of the Rolex. Rolex. It's a pistol with a lot of damage potential, actually. Okay. I mean, I can buy it. Sure. Multi-tool, yeah, faster. Awesome. Optical drill. Cloaking device, we can do that. Plasma launcher, explosive grenades. Voladic amplifier. Well, damn, what the shit do I do in that situation, man? But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a little bit of an idiotic thing, just because. I mean, actually, you know what? I'm gonna be real with you, kind of. I'm gonna be Mr. Mackey for like 2 seconds, okay? And I'm just gonna be like, oh, dude. Like, I don't know, there's probably some level of like naive authenticity that sometimes it's just like. Yeah, sometimes it's just bullshit, I feel. Okay. Voladic amplifier. Okay. I guess I can take that. I feel like I need like a different weapon upgrade or whatever. Yeah, let's do that. Geology cannon. Paralysis mortar. Okay, let's get some stun grenades. Let's get that shit going. Actually. How the fuck do I get the chamber thing? Oh, dude, that's cool. I don't think that I've seen so many people do that actually. Exosuit upgrades. Okay. Medium refiner. Efficient water jets. Exocraft summoning unit.
Item received.
Okay. Oh, yeah. But I can still keep upgrading my exosuit. What the shit, I can. Okay, cool, I guess, yeah. Activate the quartz. Ah, yeah, let's do that. Cool. Okay, awesome. What the shit is that? Why are you a hologram? But yeah, it's kind of like, egg sequencer. Increasing. Unstable. Unstable. Decreasing. Okay, modification complete. Hatch egg. Companion rages are full. Playfulness, cheeky. What a cheeky lad. Gentleness, tolerant. Devotion, protective. Territorial. Cooperative. Adventurous. Cooperative. Attached. Diligent. Territorial. I don't know, I really don't want to get rid of any of these, actually. Ah, maybe this one. Gender alpha. Exotic. Gender asymphotic. Okay. Key, the Riddler. Riddle me this, Batman. What is green, moves very fast, and it's about to blow you up in 20 seconds? This dinosaur right there, the Riddler. Yes. He shall be the Riddler. Okay. Okay, Quicksilver Synthesis Companion. Extension decal, bone broth. The fuck? Atlas Science Division. Big sale poster. Okay. Oh, liquidator left arm. Liquidator legs, liquidator body, liquidator right arm. Okay, if I can keep making these things, it kind of will eventually do its thing, I think. Titan Worm Cape. Unlockable cape. Oh, it's kind of like RuneScape. You unlock capes whenever like you do bullshit. Cool. Okay, awesome. Let me riddle. I feel like I need to change appearance. I need to change my appearance a little bit. Let's do. Okay, where's the thing that I'm looking for? Appearance modifier, okay. Traveler. I mean, okay, let's not save changes, but okay, let's do 5. Actually, let's be this guy for a moment, actually. Torso. Yeah, that seems fine. I think. Let's do that for a while. I actually kind of enjoy when there's like different, how do I put it, styles to things, I guess. Yeah. Okay, Captain Asshole, ready for ship, sail, whatever the fuck. Yeah. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Upgrading, too bad. Okay. Okay. I'm in the nanites. 405. Nice. Cool. Transmit milestone data.
Received.
Okay. Iteration Gemini. Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, cool. Whatever. Okay. Cool. Man, I wish that there was like a different alien head that didn't look like too weird, but it was different. Let's see. Head. Race. Okay, traveler. What about the head? What in the koi shit is that, actually? Nah. Okay, a race head. What the fuck is this head? A Skyborn helmet. Yeah, let's do that one for now. Let's do black now. Torso, okay, maybe we do... Wait, torso style, markings. Striped highlights. Yeah. Gloves. Polarized leggings. Boots. Okay. Normal. Wait. No. What the? Normal. Okay. There we go. Okay, cool. We got a cape now. Okay, that looks cool, I guess. But yeah, we need like some more helmets to look cool. I don't know if the cape is gonna lag my game a little bit more often. It probably will. I don't doubt it. Okay, what is the objective now? Viking cartographer. Locate a Viking system on your map. Planetary interference. This is a Okay. Yeah, that's a Viking system. Okay, cool. We can do that.
Hostile ships approaching.
Okay, we're lagging, but we're gonna get rid of this shit. Okay. How many? 7 pirates! Okay. Pirate King patch. Wow. Oh wait. Oh shit, did I engage with in the fighter? Fuck. Oh shit, I did not intend to do that. Oh shit.
Hostile scan detected.
Interceptors deploying. Okay, yeah, well, shit. I did not intend to fight your fighter, Mr. or Mrs. Oh, god damn it.
Hostile ships defeated.
Okay, cool. Okay, I gotta get out of here. So there were so many pirates that I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Expert. I guess so. Growl Honorable War, Viking weapons with something. Pro Viking lore. Okay. Gra, prevent against all over prying into Viking secrets. Cowardly spy. I should kill Gra. But traveler must be aided, such as command of Herc. Prove yourself and Thlober, retrieve words of Herc, ascend to the Viking glory, then you shall have your words. I will reveal only this. Location of Herc's command is marked for you. Commune with the words, Kra. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Man, this one looks different. Starship outfitting. Leave. Upgrade starship. 15 million units. Nanites. Oh, wow. That sucks. Low key. Okay, anyway. I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. It's a good time to end it, honestly. I've relaxed a little bit. I kind of ranted as I usually do because, like, god fucking damn it, bullshit happens, I guess. But, like, yeah, it's kind of, like, nice to reflect that it's like, I mean, I'm not the wisest man in the entire universe, nor am I the smartest one, nor am I the strongest one, nor am I the most attractive one. But I have some level and capacity of all those traits, and therefore I am to be respected within those traits, kind of. Actually, yeah, kind of. So yeah, that's kind of what it is, basically. I'm not gonna be like, obey me or whatever, but at the same time, I'm not gonna be like, hey, fuck you, you go suck my dick or whatever. Yeah, I guess so. Tomorrow we play League of Legends. We play a little bit of League of Legends. There's still some butthurt. I mean, there's still some butthurt people, I think. We are gonna be playing League, and we're gonna be on emotional support on the League of Legends we're gonna be emotional supports on the League of Legends minds by saying fuck you to our friendly team and praise the enemy team that they're doing a good job sometimes. Probably not, but yeah, I'm just gonna expect it in some way or another. Probably there's gonna be people who are gonna be depressed and they're gonna be like, oh dude, let's just defeat or whatever, but that is what it is, you know. It's just yeah, yeah, anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, have a good day. Yeah, have a good one.